Tomorrow marks 8 months since its demolition on the 6th of June 2024. The demolition happened during monsoons, which is against the Maharashtra government order, with only a couple of days of notice and with no time given at all to the residents of Jai Bhim Nagar to contest. Um, and as many of us are aware, the demolition also happened via brutal lathi charge from the state's forces, with presence from different kinds of forces from Hiranandani as well. Um, I'd also like to provide just a little bit of historical context to the area of Jai Bhim Nagar and Hiranandani Gardens at large. Um, in 1987, Jai Bhim Nagar began as a labor camp comprising migrant construction workers from Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, and UP, who were located here by the Hiranandani group. Um, then an emerging builder contractor, and before which they were previously textile mill owners. Um, the Hiranandani group had actually received this project under the Powai Area Development Scheme, for which they were meant to under which they were meant to construct low cost housing. Um, Today, we see that this area that was previously planned as an area for low cost housing is now a sprawling 250-acre area known as Hiranandani Gardens that houses expensive high rises, sanitized gardens, shopping complexes, and much more. It is also important to note that Hiranandani builders did not own the land on which Jai Bhim Nagar rests, and that um, they were given the slum redevelopment rights to this land, where the residents of Jai Bhim Nagar had already been living for 20 years, in 2007 after a slum fire. Um, it is also noticed that when the demand for construction of the high rises that we now see in Hiranandani Gardens diminished in 2012, and after the second and third generations of Jai Bhim Nagar residents began working elsewhere outside of construction as well, um, the talks of demolishing the settlement began. And the language used to describe Jai Bhim Nagar slowly changed, with the language of illegal construction now being used to describe this area. Um, so the report has been produced by members of Collective Mumbai. We have been in solidarity with the residents of the now demolished Jai Bhim Nagar since its demolition. And we have also been running the Sabki library that currently stands just outside the demolition site. And have been extending solidarity and expressing a need for the solidarity between students and the working class. Um, I would now like to give a little bit of an introduction about the flow of events for today. Um, right. We would first like to start by hearing from Mr. Anand Teltumbde, who's our first speaker for today. Of course, Mr. Teltumbde doesn't need any kind of introduction, but I will provide one anyway. We know that Mr. Teltumbde was wrongfully incarcerated in 2018. He is a leading anti-caste scholar and has been active in the anti-caste movement and is one of the strongest prominent voices of our time. So thank you so much, Dr. Teltumbde, for joining us today, and for we're so grateful to have your perspective on Jai Bhim Nagar's issues as well. We would also, after this, we will have a small screening of a documentary that was made by students on the Jai Bhim Nagar struggle. And students Ananya, Anisha, Suyash, and Anjani will give a little bit of a brief about the documentary they've made, their processes, and what they have learned. After which we'll have a second speaker for today, Mr. Gautam Bhatia. Again, thank you so much, Mr. Bhatia, for joining us and for all of your perspectives that you'll offer. Mr. Bhatia is a leading legal scholar, and he has not only followed the Jai Bhim Nagar struggle, but his work also informs how we can understand the rise of demolitions in India today and how we understand urban citizenship. So, thank you so much, Mr. Bhatia. After this, we will invite residents of the Basti who we've been working with. Um, Srimati ji, thank you so much. Uh, and we would end with an open floor, where we'd like to invite everybody present here to voice any thoughts that they have, raise any queries, and generally also just extend solidarity with the ongoing struggle of Jai Bhim Nagar. So with that, I would like to request Mr. Teltumbde to begin. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for inviting me to be part of solidarity group for Jai Bhim Nagar. I would start with congratulating the collective to bringing out this wonderful report on the struggle of residents of Jai Bhim Nagar. It is very well written. The importance of such documentation of people's struggle can never be overemphasized. You may have known Milan Kundera writes in his book, The Book of Lost Laughter and Forgetting, the struggle of man against power is the struggle of memory against forgetting. It is an extremely insightful line which I remember to have used as starting line of my book Khairlanji, The Strange and Bitter Crowd. People who resist do not necessarily have resources to document their resistance. It is the job of the activists who work as catalysts to do so. The collective thus deserves huge congratulations. It is important because such memories constitute the arsenal of weak and poor in their struggles ahead. A repertoire to draw out learning from the past to strategize for the future. They also serve as a hope that one day they will win, have a world of their imagination. This hope provides people with fortitude to bear all kinds of hardship in present and still sing Faiz Ahmed's Faiz incorrigibly hopeful song, Hum Dekhenge. सब ताज उछाले जाएंगे, सब तख्त गिराए जाएंगे. This, along with Habib Zalib's rebellion nazm, दीप जिसका महल्लात ही में जले, चंद लोगों की खुशियों को लेकर चले, वो जो साए में हर मसलहत के पले, ऐसे दस्तूर को सुबह बेनूर को मैं नहीं मानता, मैं नहीं जानता. These poems used to serve as anthems in jail for us, the accused in Bhima Koregaon case. When I learned about Jai Bhim Nagar demolition, I had a strong urge to visit the site. In 1980s, when we were organized under the banner of Naujawan Bharat Sabha and had an active campaign against BMC's demolition drive, this was a normal instinct. But then we had organization, people who knew us when we reached there. There was a network to mobilize. Now the question comes, what would I do reaching at such a place? You must know there was a large slum in Kav Parade, Subhash Nagar, which was to be demolished. We planned a resistance march. If it was just a march of the slum dwellers, we knew it would not be allowed. They would be beaten by the police. Therefore, we mobilized some celebrities and filed the people in such a way that the police could not do much. As expected, they invited us for negotiation at the end of the march, and a compromise was struck that the government would allot a plot at Goregaon to reside them. It stands as a Sangharsh Nagar in front of Gokul Dham. It is reportedly a prize land now in Goregaon. Since my office was close to Subhash Nagar in Kapparet and my residence in Goregaon was close to Sangharsh Nagar, I became a default guardian to perform on behalf of my organization. We had won the alternate site, but the fight did not end there. At the new site, the local goons that eyed the land would come with swords and attack people. It was almost a daily affair that some such attack would take place and some residents wounded. I would not go into details, but some of these slums we saved stand as a monument to those times when we could fight and win. Fight we do even today, but there is a thin hope of wins. It is therefore the struggle that is waged by the people of Jai Bhim Nagar becomes commendable and inspiring. Come 1990s and things changed. So fast before our own eyes, India adopted neoliberal reforms. The juggernaut of structural adjustment policies driven by the World Bank and International Monetary Fund ran roughshod, demolishing people's resistance. The social Darwinist paradigm valorized the money bags and condemned the poor. The state became an active partner in accumulation drive of the capitalist. The then Sharad Pawar government came out with new development control rules of 1991, which allowed the sale of 15% of textile mill land and the repeal of Urban Land Ceiling Act, deregulated housing further. It opened up avenues for big ticket corruption by the state functionaries for favoring the builder lobby. The textile mill workers who were still on strike kept staring at the transformation of their Girangaon into Manhattan and were driven to seek petty jobs for their sons and daughters in the offices, shops, and restaurants around for the new burgeoning middle class. The mill lands that were given by the colonial government to the mill owners on a 99 years lease for setting up textile mills should have come back to the government when the lease terms expired. But the government itself restored their ownership to the defaulting mill owners. Now, even that phase also is over. The neoliberal model has failed to create the trickle-down effect with which they fooled the poor. All the wealth that was created by giving free hand to capital was grabbed by them, greasing the political class and leaving pittance to workers. Its gimmickry failed to sustain the initial pace of growth and placate people completely. As the signs of people's resistance began surfacing to these policies, the ruling class turned increasingly autocratic and fascist to suppress it. There is no alternative left for them than being fascist to save capitalism today. What we see in India is happening in varying degree across the world. In India, our ruling classes have advantage of sorts. They have proven weapons of caste and religion to divide people. It therefore becomes more vicious than in any other country. We are living in dark times. It is called Amrit Kal by them. The economy stands devastated. The veneer of lies and propaganda that covered its worsening state is peeling off fast. The economic growth is falling. Our currency is collapsing. Our foreign currency reserves are getting depleted. Inflation and unemployment is skyrocketing. It is said that the real wages of people have not only stagnated, but they are lower than what they were 5 years ago. What this all means is that the standard of people, standard of living of the people is falling fast. The government had to provide free ration card to 80 crores of people. India's rank in the world on all development parameters is sliding toward bottom. Even our neighboring countries like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Bhutan are far better than us in per capita GDP. The ruling classes are unmindful and busy taking Shahi bath in the communal extravaganza called Mahakumbha. It reminds us of Nero, who said to have fiddled while Rome burnt. You know, this regime has bulldozed 1.07 lakh houses and rendered over 5 lakh people homeless during the last 7 years. We do not realize that it is more than 80,000 houses demolished in Gaza during the incessant bombing by Israel in the current war. There are more houses in Gaza, of course, but they come as damaged. The complete demolition figure is around 80,000. This regime is so insensitive to human suffering. Their Mahakumbha of sins committed against people over the last 11 years has been overflowing, but there is no sign of stopping its inflow. The constitution, which is the pact between people and them, their representative for running the government, is trampled with impunity for all these years. Now they are speaking of changing the constitution itself. It is not that the constitution is a paragon of virtues. No, it is not. It was skillfully written to benefit the ruling classes. But it had contained some good parts which could be used by the people. We must protect it in the face of the threat of replacing it with the Hindutva constitution. It is going to be calamitous for us. Don't go by the propaganda that Baba Saheb Ambedkar wrote the constitution. He did it, but as he was required to do, as he himself avowed. If it was truly written by him, it would have had his socialistic ideas. If it was truly his, he would not have disowned it just after 3 years and spoke of burning it out. We should not get sold to such propaganda and be thoughtful. Baba Sahib expected us to be enlightened and not be fools to accept things from WhatsApp University as truth. Beware of it. Today, the basic principle that India will run by the rule of law itself stands compromised. It is evident in your own episode that they did not give you advance notice for locating or bulldoze your homes in monsoon months. Again, the status illustrated it. Interestingly, Maharashtra State Human Rights Commission was the key agent who demolished your houses. It is testimony to a struggle that an SIT had to be instituted, and it has underscored these violations. But unless you follow it up, nothing much would happen to the culprits. You know, nothing happened to that butcher of Ramabai Nagar, Manohar Kadam, who gunned down 10 innocent Dalits. Nothing happened in all these massacres of dozens of Dalits in Bihar. Nothing ever happened in any Dalit atrocity case unless people came on streets. Khairlanji would have been forgotten if some youth had not exposed it. I would like to again congratulate Collective and thank all others who are standing with the people of Jai Bhim Nagar. I also commend the brave hearts of Jai Bhim Nagar for enduring all kinds of hardship but not taking injustice like law. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Teltumbde, for that historical perspective and also for telling us about other kinds of struggle. मैं एक छोटा सा पार्ट ट्रांसलेट करके बताना चाहूँगी जो मिस्टर तेलतुम्बे ने बताया. उन्होंने शुरुआत की थी एक कहानी के साथ, एक छोटी सी कहानी के साथ, मुंबई के कफ परेड के बारे में. जब मुंबई के कफ परेड के संघर्ष नगर को डेमोलिशन की नोटिस या धमकी आई, तब उनको लगा कि एक प्रोटेस्ट खड़ा करना चाहिए और इस डेमोलिशन के खिलाफ उनकी आवाज़ को सुनाई देना चाहिए. लेकिन उनको पता था कि अगर वो अकेले ये प्रोटेस्ट खड़ा करते, मार्च करते, तो उनका आवाज़ दबाया गया होता और उनको ये भी पता था कि उनका जो मुद्दा था कि वो ये डेमोलिशन ना होए, वो भी बिल्कुल ख़त्म हो गया होता. तब उन्होंने डिसाइड किया कि वो अलग-अलग टाइप के सेलिब्रिटीज़ को बुलाएँगे उनके मार्च के साथ जुड़ने के लिए. और जब उन्होंने ये किया, एक काफ़ी स्ट्रैटेजिक डिसीजन उन्होंने लिया उनके जीत के तरफ. उन्होंने देखा कि नेगोशिएशंस हो पाए और उनको एक तरह की जीत मिली और इसी घटना से उनको अपना नाम संघर्ष नगर का नाम भी मिला. सो थैंक यू अगेन तेलतुम्बे जी आपके इनसाइट्स के लिए. I would now like to invite students, Ananya, Anisha, Suyash, and Anjani to share a little bit about the documentary that they have made on Jai Bhim Nagar for a couple of minutes, after which we will have a short screening of a tiny excerpt from the documentary. Ananya, Anisha, are you here?
Yes. Hi, we're here. Just a small correction. Actually, Shirani is also a part of the film.
Sorry, my fault.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
sorry.
Um,
Thank you, Shirani.
so
Yes.
yes. So this film that we made, and Anisha, Anjani, Shirani, and Suyash, if you are in the meeting, you can also comment. This film that we made was on the people of Jai Bhim Nagar. We spent some time with them and trying to understand what the situation is post the demolition, and given their displacement on the street. As part of the film, what we tried to do was we tried to really understand the very concept of the skewed concept of women's safety and how it is selectively viewed for a very specific demographic of women. And this was seen in regards to the incident of the Reclaim the Night protest that happened on the 14th of August, where women from Jai Bhim Nagar went to the site of the protest, which was organized by the residents of the Hiranandani complex, and they were asked to leave. On account of the fact that their cause was irrelevant or not pertaining to the subject matter that was being discussed in the struggle. So, just shedding light on these events, these ideas, and looking at how they've stuck through all the atrocities that have been imposed on them, that's briefly what the film encompasses.
Thank you. Thank you, Ananya. Are we ready to present a short excerpt from the film? All right.
Just a second.
Sure. So while we have that figured out, would anybody else who was a part of documenting of making the document, would you like to? Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. That's after just adding to what Ananya just said, Abhi, and when we were shooting at the Jai Bhim Nagar, and with the women, we got to know that how this word solidarity and unity. It's like how important and how different aspects it creates when you talk to different peoples. And when while shooting only, we build so much connection with them. We build a connection, and till now when we screen first this movie to show it to them, and the residents of the people were happy. We all felt like we at least accomplished something for them, at least. Yeah.
Thank you, Anisha. Thank you so much. We will just wait a little bit more until we have the screen share ready. So requesting everyone's patience.
माझं नाव आहे सुशीला उत्तम खंदारे, राहणार जय भीम नगर, हिरानंदनी. मी माझ्या मनाने हे पाळणं जोडलेलं आहे, ते तुम्हाला म्हणून दाखवणार आहे. हिरानंदनी एक होत शहर, तिथं होत एक जय भीम नगर. रात होती तिथं 600 घर, असा अचानक आला तो काळ. तो जर फिरूनी तोडले घर, गबाई गबाई ग. तो जर फिरूनी तोडले घर, गबाई गबाई ग.
अभी तक किधर सो गया था क्या? जब कुछ बोलना था निकल जाओ बोल के हम जाता था. हमारे को किधर तो रास्ता दिखाओ ना तुम.
पुलिस के हम लोग पहला कोई नहीं किया पत्र, पहला कोई नहीं मारा. वो लोग को हम लोग अच्छे से तरीके से उधर खड़े थे हमारे मेन गेट से. सब हमारा आंदोलन उधर से अच्छे से चल रहा था कि हम लोग कोई ये करेगा नहीं, तुम हमारे को हमको सहूलत दे दो. हाँ, कोई तो हमको सहूलत दे दो. फिर उसके बाद हम लोग कोई निकाल लगेगा, हम लोग जाएगा.
पुलिस वाले हम लोग कुछ कर भी नहीं रहे थे. हम लोग बस फोटो लेके खड़े थे अम्बेडकर का. वो लोग डायरेक्ट आके मारपीट चालू कर दिया उन लोगों ने. खाली कुछ गाली भी नहीं दिया, डायरेक्ट बोल. हम लोग बस बोल रहे थे कि थोड़े दिन की मोहलत दे दो हमको, लेकिन वो लोग कुछ सुने नहीं रहे हमारी बात. कुछ भी नहीं सुन रहे. डायरेक्ट ये पुलिस वाले संभालने के लिए होते, क्या मारने के लिए.
इकडेच लहानचं मोठं झालं. आम्हाला गावाकडे काहीच नाही. आम्ही सगळे घरदार इकून मुंबईला आम्ही इथंच राहत गेला. आम्हाला काहीच असं सांगितलं नाही की हे तुमचं तुटणार आहे म्हणून. अभी देखो पहला से हम लोग 30 साल से हम लोग यहाँ रह रहे हैं, हमको कुछ दिक्कत नहीं था. उनका जगह रहता तो वो लोग आना चाहिए था, हमको बोलना चाहिए था. हमें इतने छोटे छोटे बच्चे लोग थे, आके बोलना चाहिए था. ये लोग हम लोग की पूरा ज़िंदगी गई. अभी मेरे को भी पोता पोती हो रहा है. मैं लड़के का शादी वही जगह पे किया. इस दिन उस 30 साल में हम लोग को एक बार भी ये लोग बताया नहीं हमको. अचानक से तुम 3 तारीख को नोटिस लगाया, 4 तारीख को वोट था. अभी 5 तारीख को तुम लोग बुलाए हम लोग को चौकी में, पुलिस चौकी में. 6 तारीख को तो तुम लोग किसी का चोरी नहीं किया, खुद का हम लोग का घर बर्बाद किया. 30 साल का क्या सामान नहीं था हम लोग के घर में, एक सामान ने निकलने दिया. पूरा घर तोड़ फाड़ कर दिया. घर तोड़ने से पहला हम लोग को मार पीट के घर में से खींच खींच के मार के तुम लोग चौकी में डाल दिया. चौकी में से जेल लेके गए. फिर हम लोग का पूरा घर तोड़ दिया.
जमीन उनके धर्म और जाति से जुड़ गई. जमीन अधिकार में बदल गई.
प्योर मुंबई योजना के नाम से सिर्फ स्लम तोड़ देने से पूरा इंडिया साफ हो जाएगा क्या?
Again, I'd like to thank Ananya, Anisha, Suyash, Anjani, and Shirani for sharing a little bit about the process of making that documentary, and also for allowing us to screen a portion of it today. Thank you so much. I'd like to move on to the next engagement, and I'd like to invite Comrade Huma to introduce Srimati ji and Shivsagar ji. So अभी हमारे Comrade Huma Srimati ji और Shivsagar का परिचय देंगे.
हेलो. तो आज हमारे साथ बस्ती से कुछ लोग जुड़े हैं, श्रीमती जी, काजल जी और शिवसागर. श्रीमती जी इधर बहुत सालों से हिरानंदानी में ही रहती हैं और इधर जय भीम नगर में, और अलग अलग जो काम मिलता है ऑफिस में काम की हैं, घरों में काम की हैं, अपने बच्चों को बड़ा की हैं, पढ़ाई हैं. और इधर का स्ट्रगल में भी जैसे सारा ही लोग इधर जो है जो डिमोलिशन के बाद 2 फुटपाथ बेसिकली लोगों ने जो कैप्चर किया था, उधर का एक आगे साइड का है जो मेन रोड की तरफ होता है और एक है पीछे साइड 90 फीट रोड. जो पीछे साइड है, जो बस्ती था, बस्ती का एंट्रेंस भी ये 90 फीट रोड में था, तो जो कि इस सड़क को हमेशा से ही जानबूझकर अंधेरा रखा गया था। और बहुत सारा झाड़ी वाड़ी उधर हो गया है, बहुत सारा एनिमल्स जानवर लोग आता है, डेंजर बढ़ जाता है। और इधर 90 फीट पे ये लोग रहते हैं और पूरा संघर्ष को उधर से जारी रख रहे हैं। 8 महीना से उधर रहते हैं। काजल जी अपने बच्चे को एकदम अकेले पढ़ा रही हैं, बड़ा कर रही हैं, ये भी संघर्ष में जुड़ी है। सारा ही लोग इधर जो है 2018 से एक्चुअली अपना संघर्ष कर रहा है इस जगह के लिए। 2018 से काजल जी, श्रीमती जी लोगों ने सिविल सूट किया है और 3 केस डाला है और अपना जमीन, अपना घर के लिए लड़ाई उनका तभी से जारी है। और शिवसागर जी जो श्रीमती के बेटे हैं, जी के बेटे हैं। और अभी मैं श्रीमती जी को कुछ शब्द बोलने के लिए रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी।
नमस्ते दीदी।
नमस्ते, मैं श्रीमती रामजन्म चौहान बोल रही हूँ। मैडम, बहुत हमारे ऊपर तो बहुत मुसीबत आया, अभी तक कोई हमारा सुनवाई नहीं हो रहा। उसके वजह से अभी हम रोड पे पड़े, अभी भी अंधेरा ही है। हमारी बहुत तबीयत भी खराब हो रही है बीच बीच से, जब से मारे वो लोग तब से भी अभी तक हम सुधार नहीं आया है। बच्चे को भी, हमारे भी बहुत मुसीबत से जुड़े। हमें जैसे काम के लिए रखा गया, हम काम के लिए आए हैं, काम ही करे, मतलब उनकी ये है इच्छा कि खाली काम करो और निकल जाओ। ऐसे थोड़ी चलता है। हमारे भी बच्चे बड़े हो गए, यहाँ पे आज से हम नहीं हैं मैडम, बहुत दिन से है, और घर से बेघर कर गए हैं, अभी तक घर नहीं हुआ है। तो उसका कुछ तो हमें न्याय चाहिए, इसीलिए हम बैठे हैं कि हमें कोई तो कुछ करे, मगर कोई नहीं, हमारा कोई सुनवाई ही नहीं है।
एक चीज मैं बताना भी भूल गई कि श्रीमती जी को भी पुलिस ने बहुत बुरी तरह से मारा था और ये भी जेल में थी 8 दिन पूरे। और शिवसागर तो 25 दिन करीब जेल में थे। उनका पैर में भी बहुत ज्यादा चोट लग गया था।
हमें बहुत मारे थे, 8 दिन हमने जाके वहाँ पे एक दवा भी नहीं करने दी है, कुछ भी नहीं करने दी है मैडम। जो कुछ है वीडियो में है, मेरे को जैसे मार रहे हैं हम ही हैं, उसमें पीली साड़ी में हम ही हैं। कितने मार रहे हैं, एक नहीं छोड़ के कितने लोग पकड़ के मार रहे हैं। और बोला गया कि हम लोग उनके ऊपर ये करके लिया, अन्याय किया।
काजल जी आप भी कुछ
बोलिए। अब हम तो यही सोच रहे हैं कि हमारा क्या होगा नहीं होगा, वो भी हमको कुछ कहीं से सुनवाई नहीं हो रहा है।
संघर्ष का आप लोग एक छोर संभाल के रखे हैं, उसके बारे में भी बोलिए।
अभी तक तो अंधेरा ही है, कोई भी तक तो रोड पे ही बैठे हुए हैं हम लोग। 8 महीने से तो 9 चालू किया। उस दिन टूटा, मेरी बेटी तो घर के अंदर ही थी, ऊपर से जैसे भी डाल रहा था, इसी तरह जान बच रही हुई था। 3 दिन के दिन में कोई कुछ करता है, 3 दिन का नोटिस लगाया और ऐसा करके लिया। अभी भी कुछ संघर्ष नहीं कर रहे हो।
हेलो, मेरा नाम शिवसागर है और मैं श्रीमती जी का बेटा हूँ। तो जैसे कि आपको पता है हुमा दी है कि अभी हुमा दी ने जैसे आपको बताया है कि हमें 24 से 25 दिनों तक मुझे जेल में रखा गया था। तो मैं छोटा ही बोलूँगा, ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगा। लाइक अभी जैसे मैं अभी हमें माइग्रेंट वर्कर्स है, हम ऐसा वैसे ही मान सकते हैं। तो अगर हम वहाँ से यहाँ आए हैं तो हम कुछ सोच के ही आए रहेंगे, अपने कुछ सपने लेके आए रहेंगे। ये नहीं सोच के आए रहेंगे कि सिर्फ हमें काम ही करना है, सिर्फ काम ही करना है और सिर्फ उसी में मर जाना है। नहीं, हम भी कुछ सोच के आए रहेंगे, हमारी फैमिली ने भी सोचा रहेगा। बट यहाँ पे हमें इस तरह से घुमाया गया कि हम सिर्फ काम ही करते हैं। तो इसी वजह से हमें कभी भी एक जगह रुकने नहीं दिया गया, कभी भी नहीं। सेम जगह पे जहाँ पे हमारा डिमोलिशन हुआ है, वहीं पे हमें कम से कम 4 जगह पे घुमाया गया। कभी एक रूम में रखा गया, कभी एक रूम में, और जिसके बेसिस पे हमें कोई डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी बनाने नहीं दिए जा रहे थे। तो सबसे बड़ा स्ट्रगल यही था कि हमें कोई डॉक्यूमेंट बनाने ही नहीं दिया जा रहा था ताकि हम कुछ प्रूव कर सके कि हमारी जमीन है। एंड उसके बाद जब ये डेमोलिशन हुआ है, उसके पहले तक सब कुछ ठीक चल रहा था। लाइक मुझे जॉब भी मिल गई थी, स्टेबल चल रहा था सब कुछ। बट डेमोलिशन के बाद अब जब लाइफ ऐसी चल रही है कि लाइक सरवाइव करना बहुत मुश्किल है। अभी जैसे उन्होंने मारा था, इतने दिनों तक जेल में रखा था, जेल में भी हमें किस तरह से ट्रीटमेंट दी जा रही थी। लाइक हम मतलब ऐसा फील कर रहे थे कि हमने किसी को लिटरली किल करके आए हैं वहां से, किसी को हमने जान से मार दिया है, हमें इस तरह से जेल में डाला गया। हमें पानी के नीचे फ्लोर के ऊपर पानी को रात को साफ किया करते थे, और उस पानी के ऊपर हमें सुलाया करते थे। नीचे कुछ नहीं होता था, एक चादर हुआ करती थी सिर्फ वो ओढ़ने के लिए, और हमें किस तरह से सुलाया जाता था। नॉर्मली इंसान इस तरह से होता, बट हमें इस तरह से इतना दबाया जाता था कि कुछ लोग उल्टी कर दिया करते थे, इतना दबाया जाता था, इतना मतलब टॉर्चर टाइप का। क्यों किया गया? सिर्फ एक छोटी जमीन के ऊपर और बिना किसी गलती के। मैं नाइट शिफ्ट में काम किया था, गेट्स इंटरनेशनल करके एक कंपनी में काम कर रहा था। तो वहां से मैं नाइट शिफ्ट खत्म करके मैं मॉर्निंग में यहाँ आया था, एंड इन्होंने सिर्फ इस बेसिस पे मुझे उठा लिया कि मैं उन ग्रुप में दिख गया हूँ, जस्ट बिकॉज उसके लिए इन्होंने मुझे इतनी बड़ी पनिशमेंट दी। आज के टाइम पे ना मेरे पास जॉब है, ना मैं जॉब के लिए अप्लाई कर पा रहा हूँ, क्योंकि प्रॉब्लम्स इतनी आ रही है, पैर नहीं है ठीक, चलने नहीं हो रहा है, धीरे धीरे कुछ बीमारियां हो जा रही है, कुछ ना कुछ हो ही जा रहा है, जिसकी वजह से मैं कहीं अप्लाई भी नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ। ये पूरा पैर फ्रैक्चर होने के बाद भी हॉस्पिटल में हमें दिखाया गया, एंड हॉस्पिटल में दिखाया भी क्या गया, कुछ नहीं, खाली हमारा नाम लिखा, कम लिया, जाओ। जबकि उन्हें पता था मेरा पैर फ्रैक्चर है। वहां पे हॉस्पिटल में डॉक्टर ने भी ये कहा कि तुम्हारा पैर फ्रैक्चर है, तुम्हें एडमिट होना पड़ेगा, हम तुम्हें ऐसे नहीं छोड़ सकते, हम पुलिस को भी देख लेंगे। बट हमें पुलिस ने धमकाया कि अगर तुम नहीं जाते हो तो तुम्हें हम और एक्स्ट्रा हमें जेल में रखेंगे, बाकियों को छोड़ देंगे। इस तरह से डराया धमकाया, और हमें लेकर गए, और हमें ये भी कहा गया था, आश्वासन दिया गया कि वहाँ पे भी हमारा इलाज कराया जाएगा, जबकि वहाँ पे भी कुछ नहीं कराया। वहां से आने के बाद हमने सोचा कि और कहीं जाके दिखाएंगे, बट यहाँ पे भी कोई सुनवाई नहीं। अब एक आम आदमी जैसे हमारा सब कुछ चला गया, घर में चला गया, तो यही सोच के हम गए थे म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन के जो भी हॉस्पिटल से वहां गए थे, ताकि हमारा फ्री में या फिर 10 रुपए का जो कागज निकाल के इलाज होता है वो हो जाएगा। एंड स्टिल वहां पे भी इस लेवल का करप्शन चल रहा है कि हम उसमें भी फंस के रह गए।
जैसे कि साथी बता रहे हैं, सारा ही संस्थान जो होता है, जहाँ भी हम चाहे बीएमसी के पास है, अस्पताल हो है, तो हमारा सारा चीज में यही भेदभाव में देखने मिलता है। और जैसे कि शिवसागर भी बता रहे थे कि एक तो वर्किंग क्लास लोग और माइग्रेंट कम्युनिटी का स्पेशली जो इधर लैक ऑफ कम्युनिटी और एक्सेस और ये सब चीजें स्पेशली ऐसे संघर्ष में जो उनका हाल होता है, और भी उनको ज्यादा कठिनाई का सामना करना पड़ता है।
गुंडे लोग आते हैं, गुंडे आते हैं हमेशा, वाटर छोड़ते कि मतलब हम छोड़ के भाग जाएंगे।
सबसे बड़ी बात जो मुझे ऐड करना था, जो हमारी पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट हम बोलते हैं बहुत अच्छी मुंबई की, लिटरली उन्होंने जो चीज मुझे मुंह पे बोली थी कि हम हमारे गांव वाला है। ये जो पर्सन है जो कंप्लेंट लेके जिसे उन्होंने पकड़ा था, जैसे आशा भाई का जो पता ही रहेगा, ये साथी है कोई, मैं नाम नहीं लेना चाहूंगा, तो उन्होंने पकड़ा। तो जब लोगों ने सवाल उठाया तो उन्होंने कहा कि तुम हमारे, जैसे हम यूपी के हो गए, कुछ लोग बिहार के हैं, तो वो उनका कहना ये था कि तुम हमारे लोग नहीं हो, हमें तुमसे कोई लेना देना नहीं है, जो हमारे लोग हैं हम उनका देखेंगे। तो उन्होंने हमारे आंखों के सामने छोड़ दिया।
अभी हाँ,
थैंक यू सो मच श्रीमती जी, काजल जी और शिवसागर, संघर्ष के बारे में और आपके अनुभव के बारे में बताने के लिए। Just a small recap of some of the things that Srimati ji, Kajal ji and Shiv Sagar said. Shiv Sagar brought up some of the inbuilt injustices that he is faced of being in how migrant workers are treated, and how they're not treated as people but only as workers, who are invaluable due to their labor but are done away with um, as soon as it is believed that their labor is no longer required. And both Srimati ji and Kajal ji shared a bit about their experience of living in the dark on 90 Feet Road, where there is no light. There are different kinds of threats to their life. And how this is not just a negligence from the state, but also a deliberate killing of their resistance. So again, I'd like to thank them for sharing their experience. I would like to invite Mr. Bhatia to share a bit of his insights on the struggle so far. So, Mr. Bhatia, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. So I think what I'll do is I'll talk about broader constitutional and legal framework around this issue of demolitions, evictions, and rehabilitation. And just outline what they are. And of course, there's always a gap between what the law says and what's done on the ground. But the problem in this situation also is a gap in the law. So evictions and demolitions are obviously linked to this issue of the extent to which the Indian Constitution and Indian laws protect the right to housing or right to shelter. That is what is invoked in these kinds of cases. And I mean, unlike some of the more modern constitutions, the Indian Constitution, because of the time when it was drafted, does not have what we commonly call socioeconomic rights, such as the right to food, shelter, housing, and so on, which you can find in other constitutions like South Africa's constitution or Kenya's constitution. So the courts have been the organs which have effectively interpreted the constitution to include something that is akin to a right to housing, which I just talk about. And so the landmark case that is often referred to in this context is, of course, the Olga Tellis case, which was also a case that came out of Bombay, involved rights of pavement dwellers and the eviction without notice of pavement dwellers from where they were plying their trade and living. And in the Olga Tellis judgment, which was mid 1980s, it is often invoked for the proposition that there exists a constitutional right to livelihood and a right to shelter, which exists regardless of whether an individual or a group of individuals have legal title to where they're staying. So even if you're not the owners or if you're not renting, but are there on a piece of land, are residing there, that in itself triggers the right to shelter and housing, and therefore limits what can be done to you. But the problem is that in the very same judgment, the Olga Tellis judgment, the court also actually allowed for the displacement of these pavement dwellers. And as a matter of constitutional or legal doctrine, all that it said was that prior to evictions, giving notice is desirable. But even there, if it's an emergency situation, you can dispense with that requirement as well. So while Olga Tellis was high on the rhetoric of the right to livelihood, right to shelter, and so on, when it came to actually laying down the law, it was a very conservative judgment that really did not move the needle, so to say. And for that reason, in the 30, 35 years, 40 years after the judgment, what you see is two lines of cases that have come up, both of which trace their origins to Olga Tellis, which effectively leads to a very confused position of law. And a confused position of law obviously enables executive impunity of the kind that we see in cases like this. So one line of cases, you can call these the more progressive line of cases. They focus on Olga Tellis's declaration of the rights to livelihood and shelter, and then they draw on the progressive jurisprudence of other countries like South Africa, and then they fashion this detailed constitutional doctrine around evictions, demolitions, rehabilitation, and so on. The best example of this is the Delhi High Court judgment in the Ajay Maken case, 2019, which involved the displacement of people who were living in a basti next to railway land. And in that case, the court drew on international law, South African law, and Indian law, Olga Tellis, and so on. And it basically said that before the state can evict anyone, regardless of the question of legal title, it doesn't matter if they have legal title or not, or it doesn't matter if they are what the state refers to as encroachers. There must be a set of procedural and substantive obligations that have to be complied with, which flow from the constitution and the statutory framework. So you must, as the government, first undertake a survey. You must verify if under existing municipal policy or statutory policy, the inhabitants are eligible for existing resettlement and rehabilitation schemes. You must engage in what is called meaningful engagement, which means that if you are proposing a rehabilitation package, a resettlement package, then you must engage with the residents, because it's not good enough if you are moving them 30 kilometers away from where their livelihoods are. If you're moving them to unhygienic or unsafe localities, so you must actually meaningfully consult with the residents and demonstrate that you, as the state, have taken their input on board in crafting the rehabilitation plan. And of course, the rehabilitation plan should not go beyond a certain floor that would violate Article 21. So you can't put people in kacha housing, or have a situation where tiny flats then are playing host to large families. So it has to obviously be a dignified rehabilitation package. And you cannot engage in any demolition or eviction until you do all this. So it's only after all this has been done that the state can actually, engage in evictions and rebuild land or whatever, right? So that was the doctrine laid down in Ajay Maken, and a special leave petition against that case was dismissed. So it is effectively, settled law, or so you would think. Similarly, in this Akbar Nagar case recently in near Lucknow, although the final judgment was a bad one, initially a single judge of the Allahabad High Court also applied this doctrine and said that you cannot engage in evictions without first ensuring that constitutionally compliant rehabilitation is carried out. In Bombay High Court, there's an ongoing proceeding which I am involved in with respect to Mahul and the shifting of residents to the Anek village, where again the court so far has over a number of interim orders invoked constitutional rights and required this kind of consultative process before which it has put a stay on any eviction until that's done. So on the one hand, you have this line of cases, but on the other hand, you have another line of cases, most notoriously the Almitra Patel case, which goes the complete other direction. And in these cases, you see these derogatory references to people as encroachers, who are, squatting on public land, and therefore are essentially rightless. They don't really have enforceable rights, and therefore they cannot actually, come to court and claim protection against evictions or demolitions. So there is a line of Supreme Court judgments that does the exact opposite. And its most recent culmination was again in this Akbar Nagar case, where this Akbar Nagar, which is it's in Lucknow, and again there was this move from the municipality to demolish the Akbar Nagar colony on the basis that it was effectively on the riverbed, and where they were proposing to transport the inhabitants was again 40 kilometers away to a place which was unsafe, Again, your livelihood is often, of course, located where you are and it would be far away. So this was challenged, and as I said in the beginning, the High Court actually stayed any eviction or demolition until a rehabilitation package was worked out. But then that judge was the case was taken away. It went to a division bench, and the division bench essentially said that the right of the public to access clean drinking water overrides the residents' rights, and therefore it basically said that those rights are overridden, and the existing policy on rehabilitation, it just imposed that policy on the inhabitants without actually checking if any consultation was done, if their views were taken, or even if the policy met the constitutionally mandated floor. This was taken up in appeal to the Supreme Court. Again, it was a case I was involved in drafting the special leave petition. And in the Supreme Court as well, effectively, the Supreme Court was completely uninterested in actually engaging with the constitutional doctrine around rehabilitation, resettlement, and so on, ensuring that it was adequate and respectful of constitutional rights. It again basically imposed the existing policy, despite being pointed out that the policy was grossly insufficient to actually be meaningful, and it essentially then passed orders. So you have therefore these two lines of cases, and it's almost a matter of luck in any given case, which judge you get and therefore which line of cases is more persuasive to that judge. The reasons for this are manifold, and the first reason is that the constitutional text itself does not really guarantee or entrench a right to housing, a right to shelter, and so on. And because it does not do so, any right that is read into it as its interpretation is automatically weaker and more difficult to sustain. The second is the inherent ambiguity and almost the two-faced nature of the Olga Tellis judgment has basically meant that there is no clarity on what exactly the rights of the people are and the circumstances under which actually the state is permitted to engage in rehabilitation, resettlement, and what conditions it must comply with. And so therefore, because Olga Tellis is ambiguous, you have a situation where as a judge, you can draw upon different parts of the judgment and use it to justify the conclusion that you want to get to, which is why you have these two lines of cases. And thirdly, I think it's a matter of the class composition of the Supreme Court and the High Courts, where judges who rule upon these cases obviously have never known what it's like to be in a situation where people have no real option but to reside in informal settlements on land. So these judges often have the view that this is public land and people who reside on it are therefore encroachers and they're nuisances and so on. The judges are often unable to think of these issues in the context of the broader political economy around land scarcity, land distribution, and access to land. So they are unable to actually examine these issues in that context, which then leads to these kinds of conservative and aggressive judgments, and then leads to the kind of executive impunity that we see in a case like this one. So that is, I think, broadly the constitutional and legal landscape, and therefore, of course, on the one hand, it's important to continue, fighting these cases in court because there's no real other option. You can't really avoid the courts because they'll be there whether you like it or not. So, of course, the attempt to try and keep building that jurisprudence in a more progressive direction is an important task. But of course, it's also important to realize the fundamental limitations of courts, of the statutory and constitutional framework, and of this language of rights, and therefore to try and ensure that there always is kind of social movement that exists outside the domain of courts. And it's just worth remembering that many of the most significant moments of progress have begun with sustained public and social movement You think of the RTI movement led by the MKSs in Rajasthan that finally led to the codification of the RTI Act. You think of the decades-long movement for forest the rights of indigenous forest dwellers that finally culminated in the Forest Rights Act. So in that sense, relying solely on obviously bringing cases to court is not going to help. In fact, given again the almost imbibed notions judges have, it often is counterproductive. So you end up with bad law and bad judgments. So I think it's really important then to focus on strategies outside of courts that build opinion and build movements in that sense. So I will conclude with that, and if there are any questions or discussion, and I'd welcome that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhatia, for kind of giving us a perspective on how, with the cases that we've seen so far, there exists almost this binary that has come up, and one where we get to see that there is this acknowledgement of the conditions that the state must provide, but others where these ambiguities are exploited, and we understand that the Constitution doesn't guarantee a lot of these, like you said, socioeconomic rights. And I think what you said, that like a part of it eventually comes down to the luck of the people fighting the case, I think says a lot also about how these systems have been built, and simultaneously what you concluded with, that there is always a need for strategies outside these legal frameworks as well. So thank you again for that concise but comprehensive overview of the system that we're dealing with. I would now like to open the floor up for questions, any comments, and just generally if people want to extend their solidarity. I would also just like to say that many of the things that we've covered through the course of this hour are a part of the booklet that we're launching. So if you have more questions about the booklet, feel free to get in touch with us. But yes, inviting questions and comments now.
Hi, I'm Palak. I've just recently joined Collective, and I just wanted to express my gratitude of obviously to Anand Teltumbde sir and Gautam Bhatia sir, but especially to the students, because making something with this subject matter and approaching it with this kind of sensitivity, really taking into account the actual ground experiences of those who are there. I felt like it was a really nice film, and I felt like the story was portrayed really well. So I just want to say that.
Yeah. Thank you, Palak. Yes, Raz, go ahead.
Hello, I am joining in from Delhi. Actually, I'm studying law and DU, and I really liked this program a lot. Thank you very much to Dr. Teltumbde and Gautam Bhatia, and I thought the documentary was great as well. Thank you also to the people who are joining us from the Basti. I had a small question for Gautam Bhatia, sir. I thought that your talk was very comprehensive. I was just wondering, like, in regards to what are some effective legal strategies or legal arguments that can be used to push for push for judges to take a perspective of socioeconomic rights, and as you said, acknowledge the fact that these are the situation where people are living on pavements and living on quote unquote encroaching public land because of broader socioeconomic and political economy questions. So I'm wondering, like, if there are any previous arguments or legal strategies that have been used which have been effective in persuading courts on a sort of a broader perspective on this.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that the first and most important legal strategy is to be conscious of the bench that you're before. and in fact to often the question of whether or not you want to go to court in itself, will should turn upon which judge you're going to come before, because it's so discretionary in India that makes all the difference. And also, if you find yourself before a hostile judge, to then try and make the case as narrow as possible and not invite a ruling, which would then set the law back, right? So if you see the judge is not interested or is hostile, then don't try and make constitutional arguments, because then you get a bad ruling on constitutional law. And in fact, I mean, if you look at the good judgments, you can just look at the way that they basically come from good judges, right? So Justice Muralidhar's judgments are Ajay Makin and Sudama Singh. Justice Patel in the Bombay High Court, he was the one who was dealing with the Mahul case. Whereas, if you look at the bad ones, again, you can sort of associate them with judges who are known for conservative views on this issue. So I think the first thing is to just be very strategically aware of when to go to court, when not to go to court, and when you're in court, when to refrain from the temptation of making expansive constitutional arguments. Now, if you absolutely have to do it, and if the time is good, or if you're doing that, then I think there are two or three things. I think one is to ensure that the brief then actually fully engages with the issue. So, for instance, when you're looking at Bombay, there are at least 3 book-length works that really in detail look at the land question in Bombay and how questions of access to land are connected with the informal settlement question, right? And they really explain how that's evolved over the last 150 years, right? Now, I mean, the judge may not be interested, they may not listen, but the brief should it should be what we call a Brandeis brief, which is that it should actually frame the issue as a structural and social problem that has causes that are beyond the immediate parties before the court, and have the research to back that up. So if the judge is willing to be convinced, then you give them all the material that would convince them, and framing the problem in that sense then again obviates getting into the whole debate of encroachers' rights versus public interest. You want to avoid that framing, and framing it therefore as a structural problem then helps to obviate that. So I think this is all easier said than done. It's great to talk about it, but it's very hard to actually, once you're before the judge, it's very hard. But I think these are some things that really could help in these borderline cases.
That's very helpful. Thank you so much.
Right. So I think maybe Satya can go next, and then after that, Abhijit. Yeah.
Thank you so much for this amazing session. I had just got a couple of questions. First of all, is this booklet available for the public? That was my first question. My second question was, I'm a PhD student from Ahmedabad University, and I am based in Ahmedabad. And I was just curious, and that how could I, as a student who is in Ahmedabad, how do I contribute, or how can I, be of some help, or what I mean? Yeah, very.
So I'll answer the first question. Yes, this booklet is available to the public, and maybe what we can do is in the chat we can leave some details on how you can purchase this booklet. Along with Adarsh or Huma, would you like to add about how Satya can contribute?
No, definitely we will send. You can pass the location and we will definitely send. Yeah.
We'll be in contact.
Abhijit, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, hello. Thank you all for doing this work that you're doing in this really hopeless situation. And considering when 90% of the people there in Jai Bhim Nagar are from Ambedkarite community, but no solid support from any of the social or political organizations. And still, I have been observing and I have seen the work that you are doing. So I'm really thankful to you for that and for the documentary and very important work of documentation of this that you're doing. And I really, it is a very hopeless situation and scenario, but I hope you find enough mobilization and legal support and any other kind of aid that is needed. And on my part, you can let me know when you want to do the next medical camp like we did before. So I will try to bring more doctors, being a medical doctor. So I would try to bring in more medical doctors so we can do a more successful, we can conduct the medical camp there whenever you decide to do it next. You can surely let me know and we will be there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Abhijit. I see that Amit has a question. Go ahead.
नहीं, मेरा क्वेश्चन नहीं है, बस जो मैंने इस पूरे सत्र में से जो समझा है उसको मैं थोड़ा रखने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि जो भी मैंने इस पूरे डॉक्यूमेंट्री में या जो भी सर ने जो गाइड किया उसको जो मैंने समझने की कोशिश की है उसको कुछ कुछ चीजें मैंने मतलब नेटवर्क वगैरह की वजह से कुछ समझ नहीं पाया था और जो चीजें मैंने समझ पाई है वो मैं थोड़ा शेयर करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। एक तो कि जो जय भीम नगर में जो भी अमानवीय कृत्य हुआ है उसको लेके सबसे पहले तो जो एडवोकेसी की भूमिका थी उसको लेके जो लोगों ने संघर्ष किया है और लोगों का जो गवर्नमेंट का रुख की लड़ाई थी उसको लेके जो सर ने जो जानकारी दी है उसको लेके वो डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनी है उसको लेके मैं तीन चीजें समझ पा रहा हूँ कि अगर कई बस्ती में ऐसी कुछ घटनाएं घट रही है तो मानवीय कृत्यों को लेके या अमानवीय कृत्यों को लेके हमें लोगों में सेंसिटिविटी बढ़ाना साथ में डॉक्यूमेंट्री या डॉक्यूमेंट को लेके उनके साथ में जो दस्तावेज की प्रक्रिया चली है उसको लेके लीड तैयार करना और अपना उसमें क्या कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन हो सकता है उसको लेके उनके साथ में बयां करना। ये तीन चीजें मैं इस पूरे सत्र से जान पाया और बेहतर होगा कि आगे कहीं अगर ऐसी कुछ घटनाएं होती है तो उसको मैं प्रोटेस्ट के लिए या उसको रोकथाम करने के लिए मेरा अगवापन मैं वहां पे दे सकता हूँ। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Amit. Kind of going from that, I would like to ask Dr. Teltumbde a question. When you spoke, you had mentioned a little bit about how there were the possibility of winning almost a certain kind of win was much higher earlier, and now we see that any kind of successful resistance, the possibility of it is thinning. So I just wanted to understand from you, like when we talk about today and today's climate and the current neoliberal conditions, how do you imagine or understand successful resistance almost? Yeah. Sorry, Dr. Teltumbde, you're on mute.
Is it okay?
Yes, you're on. Yes.
Yeah, these days it is very difficult to talk about resistance, because even if you just gather 4 people, there will be police on your shoulders. So, obviously, this smiling, we had recently
Good experience with that.
So, but that does not mean that we should not. This what you people have been doing also is a kind of resistance. So depending upon situation, you could strategize to what extent to go and where to stop. But otherwise, there is no formula for such kind of things. Even yesterday also, there was no formula. So depending on situations, you have to strategize your resistance.
Right. Thank you so much. Is there anybody else who would like to ask a question? We can take one concluding question. If there's anybody. All
Can I
right.
add something?
All right. Can Marina go first, and then Palak after that?
Sure.
With you, yeah.
Hello, hi. I'm Marina. I work with an organization called Yuva, and in fact, Amit and me work together. I just wanted to, one is definitely congratulate the collective for the tremendous work that you all have been doing for the last 8 months. This work is not easy, and it's obviously, I think Jai Bhim Nagar has been, while there have, I wanted to say there have been multiple evictions in the city at this during the same period in Bombay, Navi Mumbai, Panvel, etc. This eviction, of course, has gotten media attention, a lot of media attention, and that's really commendable because most journalists and newspapers actually are averse to covering evictions. And not just that, the SIT investigation, the kind of investigations that are going on into the eviction and the atrocities that were committed, really commendable. I was just wanting to say that if there are any ways in which we can build some sort of collaborations between communities that have been evicted across the city, and would really be powerful because just listening to the residents of Jai Bhim Nagar and the what they have had to face is really terrible, and it's actually something that so many other communities are facing. And if there are ways in which we can build linkages between communities to sort of build this resistance and solidarity at this point of time is very important. I just wanted to say that.
Right. Thank you, Marina. Abhijit, is it in response to what Marina said?
I just wanted to add one thing here. As Sir says, Jai Bhim Nagar is truly an example, and it should be, and it can be an example where people, with irrespective of whatever ideologies they adhere to, the left or the Ambedkarite or any other that has some, social political conscience, to come together and work for this. And I would really like to see more people working for the Jai Bhim Nagar, for the people at Jai Bhim Nagar, and the injustice being done there, coming out of the shackles of whatever their own ideologies that they may have put on that. So that would help.
Thank you, Abhijit. Palak, would you like to go ahead and ask your question?
Yeah, so I was just what prompted me was your question, Vishaka. So like Anand sir said, ki pehle there was a greater chance of something happening, of there being an actual positive outcome from the resistance that people do. And like there is a rather bleak situation right now. And then what Gautam sir is doing now, and he's currently involved in some cases he mentioned. So I would like to pose this question to Gautam sir, ki the work that you are doing, do you feel like there is a, obviously you said that you have to pick your battles when it comes to court cases, and you have to be selective about what strategy you use, but the cases that which you are involved in, do you feel like there is a great scope of or at least a moderate scope of improvement and actual material change, in that being the reason why you have picked those cases, and whether there are some battles that you yourself pick just to show that, as I think Ravish sir said on Fendy, just to show that somebody is there on the battlefield. Sorry, so you're on mute.
Yeah, I mean, you do that, but what you have to be careful about is that in showing that someone was on the battlefield, you don't end up making things worse, right? So like it's that's the thing, right? So for example, I mean, like in a case like Akbar Nagar, right? You when the High Court has then authorized the demolition to go ahead to take place, you don't really have a choice but to go to the Supreme Court, right? Like you take your chance, because if you don't take your chance, then anyway you're getting evicted. And if you take your chance, maybe something might come of it. It might go to one of those rare progressive judges in the Supreme Court, or just somebody a judge may be having a good day. I don't know, right? So then knowing that of course the risks are there, you have no choice but to go to court. But once you go to court, right, and then again, so like you said, like you've gotten to court and now you're before like a bad judge, and who will not give you relief. And then of course you're at that point, task is effectively, like you said, you're there because somebody has to be there on the battlefield. But then you have to be careful in how you pitch the argument, right? Because like I said, if the judge is hostile, then you want to get away with the minimum damage, right? So of course, like you advance the best possible case that you can, but don't make expansive arguments on the right to housing, because you may then get a judgment which conflicts you further, right? So I think that is how I look at it. And yeah, is there scope for improvement? I think like not as long as the litigation is disconnected from the wider social movement, right? Because I think right now the problem is that these arguments that we make in court sort of are taking place in a bit of a vacuum, right? So what I mean by that is, if you look at, say, the history of South Africa, right? I mean, you had this entire history where the ways in which the apartheid government would engage in these arbitrary, evictions and demolitions, which were racialized, was a really core part of public memory, and was a political issue in the struggle against apartheid, right? So there is a certain valence, a certain resonance that carries, which then allows the court to look at the issue in that context, right? So you can't separate the court processes from the way you are shaping the social perception about that, outside of court. Now in India, right, you had, for instance, like what could be done is, right, like one could invoke the ways in which during the emergency, there were all these arbitrary evictions and demolitions, because everyone agrees the emergency was a bad thing, right? And to try and then link something like that with authoritarian government or oppressive government, right? But there has to be like a way in which the vocabulary through which you shape or articulate the issues, that's first done outside of the court, so that when the matter reaches the court, judges have a frame within which they can perceive the issue. So I think that's the really important thing. Without that, it'll just come down to luck. On the day you get a good judge or a bad judge, and unfortunately, the number of let's say conservative judges on this issue far outweigh the number of progressive judges. So chances are you will end up with a judge who is not sympathetic.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, others, go ahead.
Just one question from Mr. Gautam Bhatia and one question from Dr. Teltumbde. So what we also encountered, which was a kind of new learning for us also as a students, youth active in political affairs. So what we saw in the context of Jai Bhim Nagar, that, and which we framed as Builder Raj, that what we witnessed that from 2006 onwards, so there is a sustained attempt by the builder like Hiranandani to weaken the very potentiality to take up a legal struggle. So like from 2006 onwards, like he did not allow to do any kind of documentation. He staged a fire in the basti, and at the same time, population census, he was not able to, he literally roadblocked the possibility of doing the census, and many other attempts here and there, sending bouncers and etc. So from 2006 to now, and even when these people, many people were part of in the construction work and domestic work, of course domestic work had no legal protection at all. So there was no potential at all that they can take up any legal struggle, robust legal struggle, or any potential they have, though they have taken from 2017 onwards. But that has been the persistent problem in the context of the struggle. This question I wanted to ask to Mr. Bhatia, and one question to Dr. Teltumbde, that I was just watching news recently, and I saw that Maharashtra has been declared as #1 state from the parameter that we know. The parameter is that Maharashtra can draw more investment, and that's why it's the #1 state, and that's how they're selling on the newspaper, that Maharashtra is the #1 state. in all the parameters in that way. So, and the poster of that becoming the number one state was Hiranandani building. So it does not the context of the demolition, the kind of building, the Anglo-Greek architecture from which the buildings has been erected. It has also ideological underpinning. So of the neoliberal imagination of what can the best life can be. So how to challenge this very imagination and take up an ideological battle, considering student youth politics has a role in it. So yeah, that's two questions. Thank you.
So I'm sorry if you could just maybe rephrase it like in one sentence the question, because I kind of wasn't entirely sure what the core question was. So we just like maybe
So the
in a
core
sentence,
question
yeah.
is how Builder Raj has weakened the possibility of taking up a legal struggle. So in that case, what we can do?
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, I think that there's no real way there's no foolproof way other than So in a whole case, we had like interventions by builders associations, all of that, which of course affects the flow. And I think mostly what it does is it delays these cases. Like it ends up you get stuck between the builder and the municipality, basically. So there's a municipality, there's the bill, and specifically it's a Slum Rehabilitation Act case, right? So there's the municipality, there's the builder, and caught in the middle are the residents, right? And I think that is a flaw that I think goes to the original sin there is the Slum Rehabilitation Act, which has a model whereby it envisions the improvement of slums by using private capital, which will then be rewarded by cheap land to make profitable housing, right? So as long as the overall model under the SRA and laws like that basically yokes private capital to the task of slum rehabilitation and resettlement, this problem is going to always be there. So I think you have to basically rethink the overall legal and policy model before you can fight it in court.
Yeah, thanks.
You see, such kind of propaganda is going on, and how to counter it, that's what your question perhaps is, right? So Maharashtra number one,
Yes.
those kinds of things. So what probably we could do is expose what the truth is about Maharashtra itself. Like there is no other way to reach out people, to compile things as to facts, etc., and reach out people to tell them. Of course, we cannot counter government propaganda. They have the media with them. They have all resources with them, and with public money, they have been doing all these kinds of things. So I don't think again there is any way you could do anything about it. Like whenever it comes to this thing, we have been writing in and whosoever is publishing my articles, etc., we have been doing that. So that's the only mode. If we come together and form some such kind of thing, probably that can amplify the voice. Nothing else.
Truly. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think we can take maybe two more questions. Um, Go ahead.
Hi, am I audible? Okay, so I had a question to Mr. Gautam Bhatia. I think a while back there were these Supreme Court guidelines, and I think you also extensively wrote on it. I wanted to, if you could briefly sort of, explain the real possibilities, like the implications and also the real limitations of those guidelines, uh, and uh, um, and in context of cases like Jai Bhim Nagar, what role does those those guidelines play? So
Yeah, I think this is a very complex question, and so what I'll do is I'll briefly answer it, but also I'll just provide a link here to the blog post I wrote about the judgment. So I think that you can just supplement it with that. So these guidelines came in the context of Builder Raj, right? Which are essentially these communally, uh, yeah, these communal demolitions that target Muslim homes in the aftermath of social conflict and all of that. And the guidelines are basically geared towards that. Uh, the kinds of cases that you're talking about, Jai Bhim Nagar and those kinds of cases, you're looking at a set of demolitions that have to do with effectively gentrification issues, right? So you want to chuck people out in order to bring capital into that land, and it does what it does. So therefore, these guidelines will not be very helpful for these kinds of cases, because what they effectively do, and what they do pretty well, is that when you look at these communal demolitions, at the heart of those communal demolitions is this public exhibition of vigilante state justice, right? So yesterday there was a riot, today we will demolish somebody's home to send a message. So when the Supreme Court in the guideline says, okay, there must be a 2-week period, it's basically taking the sting out of that, right? So the idea is that you put a stop to this kind of communally charged revenge, like state-backed revenge, right? So that's what's happening in these kinds of cases. 2-week notice is not really going to do a lot. Of course, yeah, you won't have overnight demolitions, but even otherwise, ultimately, it's not going to really help, because what's at stake here is something that is not immediate. It doesn't. They don't need to demolish immediately. They can wait for 2 weeks, right? Whereas that would defeat the purpose in those communal demolitions. And the other is that the Supreme Court has carved out this exception. It says that buildings on roads, streets, footpaths, water bodies, railway lines, and so on. And if you look at demolitions cases, a lot of that actually is about settlements that are on public land, because that's the way the whole access to land thing works. So the guidelines have essentially carved out these exceptions that may not be so relevant in the communal demolitions cases, but then will ultimately end up taking out a whole bunch of these kinds of cases outside the ambit of the process. Now, the good thing is that if they still don't comply, then whether it is a communal demolition or a demolition of this kind, a gentrification demolition, then you will be able to hold the public official personally liable, which is in a certain way that controls impunity, and the municipality must actually provide written reasons as to why other kinds of remedies like compounding or regularization are not possible. It must show why the demolitions are the only option left. So yeah, so you do have. Those will help, but I think they will help only to a limited extent in these kinds of cases, because the court was looking at communal demolitions there, and it sort of shaped those guidelines to deal with those kind of demolitions, where the state logic is a bit different from these demolitions.
Right, got it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think with that we can conclude the question answer session. I'd now like to invite Comrade Tanveen, who will present a song that captures and will also carry forward the spirit of the struggle.
Hi, I will be. So there's this song that I think has sort of become the anthem of our, time with the children at Jai Bhim Nagar, and it's a song that we have also, performed with them during the cultural events. And the song is called Tu Zinda Hai. And yeah, I think art is also a form of showing resistance, and this is sort of what we want to conclude this meeting with. If you can join me, please join. If you know the song, it would be great, because art is also something to be engaged in communally and with the community. So yeah. uh, तू जिंदा sorry तू जिंदा है तो जिंदगी की जीत पे यकीन कर, अगर कहीं है स्वर्ग तो उतार ला जमीन पर। तू जिंदा है तो जिंदगी की जीत पे यकीन कर, अगर कहीं है स्वर्ग तो उतार ला जमीन पर। तू जिंदा है। Sorry, somebody saying something? Go ahead. Okay. ये गम के और 4 दिन, सितम के और 4 दिन, ये दिन भी जाएंगे गुजर गुजर गए 1000 दिन। ये गम के और 4 दिन, सितम के और 4 दिन, ये दिन भी जाएंगे गुजर गुजर गए 1000 दिन। कभी तो होगी इस चमन पे भी बहार की नजर, अगर कहीं है स्वर्ग तो उतार ला जमीन पर। तू जिंदा है तो जिंदगी की जीत पे यकीन कर, अगर कहीं है स्वर्ग तो उतार ला जमीन पर। तू जिंदा है। हमारे कारवां को मंजिलों का इंतजार है, ये आंधियों ये बिजलियों की पीठ पे सवार है। हमारे कारवां का मंजिलों को इंतजार है, ये आंधियों ये बिजलियों की पीठ पे सवार है। तू आ कदम मिला के चल, चलेंगे एक साथ हम, अगर कहीं है स्वर्ग तो उतार ला जमीन पर। जिंदा है तो जिंदगी की जीत पे यकीन कर, अगर कहीं है स्वर्ग तो उतार ला जमीन पर। तू जिंदा है। बुरी है आग पेट की, बुरे हैं दिल के दाग, ये न दब सकेंगे एक दिन बनेंगे इनकलाब। ये बुरी है आग पेट की, बुरे हैं दिल के दाग, ये न दब सकेंगे एक दिन बनेंगे इनकलाब। ये बुरे गिरेंगे जुल्म के महल, बनेंगे फिर नवीन घर, अगर कहीं है स्वर्ग तो उतार ला जमीन पर। तू जिंदा है तो जिंदगी की जीत पे यकीन कर, अगर कहीं है स्वर्ग तो उतार ला जमीन पर। तू जिंदा है।
Thank you, Tanveen. I think with that we can conclude. Just want to clarify if there's one more.
No, we can conclude.
Okay, all right. Okay. Thank you everybody for joining us today. Thank you for all of your questions and for the support that you have shown. Thank you also to Mr. Anand Teltumbde and Mr. Gautam Bhatia for answering our questions so patiently and for providing us with your insights so we can understand this struggle and through multiple lenses and frameworks better. And as we move on to the 9th month of this struggle, we can take your learnings forward. As has been mentioned in the chat, anybody that would like a copy of the booklet or if you would like to get in touch with Collective, please follow the link that's in the chat box, or you can contact the number in the chat box. Yes, that's all. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah.